are less fortunate than us. Please look over and protect all the men and women in law enforcement, in the military, and everybody else, all lives. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. We'll now call this meeting to order. We remain standing for our pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated. We'll do a roll call now. Shelley Dickerson,
Here.
Harry Foy,
Here.
Mark Speed, Mark Speed, Mark Speed,
I see his picture.
Mark Speed. If you will, unmute yourself, Mr. Speed. Mark Speed, unmute yourself.
I think he was having some technical difficulties earlier.
Here.
All right.
Here.
Michael Shriver.
Here.
All
Here.
right. And David Bunn will not be with us.
Here.
All right, here. David Bunn will not be with us tonight. All right. First item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
I was wanting to see if we could take one of those out for further discussion.
All
It
right.
would be the one, item H.
Item H. Would you
Yes,
like
sir.
to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, sir. I so move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Foy and seconded by Mr. Shriver to take out item H from the consent agenda. Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Foy,
Yes.
Mr. Speed, Mr. Jones,
Yes.
and Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
The yeses have it, and it is so ordered. All right, Mr. Foy.
Yes, I see that item, and I was trying to find out my backup information. I did read over it on that relief fund for the crazy stuff, coronavirus. I was just wondering why we couldn't redirect some of that money maybe to help along with our broadband initiative or help accelerate it maybe, because that would sure be a help with the core corona issue we're having right now, especially now more than ever, to help get it on its way or faster. I was wondering, was to bring that before the board and see if we could maybe delay action on that. We maybe could get some of that money for that issue, the broadband initiative.
Madam Manager, will please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll start, and then Jamie will provide some additional detail. What you have before you tonight is to set up the project ordinance where we've received this funding. And we had to submit a plan a few weeks ago for the use meeting the criteria that was laid out. And we also were working with our towns so that they can get some reimbursement from the allocation. The county is responsible for the fund. We're working with the towns. They're submitting some expenses, and we're all having to go through, a vetting process. But there's another round. In fact, we received another allocation just today. So any opportunity to do anything with broadband will certainly be explored. There's particular categories dealing with healthcare, PPE, anything of that nature is reimbursable. The time that's spent addressing the coronavirus is reimbursable. So Jamie, anything else? I know the supplies that we purchased over and above what we normally have, we'll be able to be reimbursed. So, but we'll certainly explore that, Mr. Ford.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am. At this time, it's very, very limited on what we can use the CRF funds. Like I said, it has to be traceable to the coronavirus. And the guidance that I have seen has not led itself to believe that we can use it for broadband. That's not saying that it might not change later on. But we will definitely keep that as an exploration while I'm reviewing all the documentation, because things are changing with this fund even daily. But it is required to set it up as a special revenue, which is why this is before you. And you'll see one on the next agenda as well for that 1.3 that we just received today.
Today.
I got one more question. I mean, if anything could be more corona related, it would be this, because isn't our schools going all virtual? Okay, well, how do you do that when you don't have broadband?
Well, and
Well, I mean,
their schools are having to provide the equipment and the hotspots to address that. You're exactly right. Any funding that we receive that's reimbursement to us could maybe be an offset. So we could look at perhaps some other ways to redirect some funding. So
Well-
like I said, we'll be glad to explore it, but that's a need in the schools. It's a need in healthcare and all throughout our county. You're exactly right.
I couldn't help, but I heard you mention that the school system is taking it on to do the hotspots and enhance our broadband. Wouldn't that be in addition to what Miss Denton's gonna get ready to report on tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get it moving quicker, and hopefully maybe on this next round of money, Corona money, we can help maybe speed it up even more.
Well, and I'm not going to steal her thunder, but the chairman has asked the task the staff with looking into the grants that have just been approved by the General Assembly, as well as drafting a resolution about some of the funding. And Kim is going to, Ms. Denton is going to address that in her report tonight.
All right, thank you now.
All right. What is the pleasure of the board for the rest of, and including that item in the consent agenda?
Move for approval.
Mr. Jones has moved to approve.
Second.
Ms. Dickinson has seconded that motion. Are there any questions? No questions. Ms. Dickinson,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes,
Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
Yeses have it, and it is so ordered. Thank you so much. Item 2 on the agenda is comments from the public. This is a time that's set aside by the Board of Commissioners to allow individuals to address the board on issues concerning the county. The first person that we have signed up is Scott Strickland. Mr. Strickland, if you will please state your name and your address for the benefit of the clerk.
Scott Strickland, 40 Sheila's Lane, Lewisburg, North Carolina. I just wanted to say, I think y'all cleared up what I was going to talk about on the broadband. I think it's been long enough, you know, I hadn't heard anything, and trying to get something at the Lions Club and hadn't heard anything from them on it. So I don't, be interested to hear where we are with that tonight, because, we're trying to do something for the kids, be able to use the internet down there to be able to do their schoolwork. And I just haven't heard anything from them. So it's interesting, to find out what's going to happen tonight. And I just want to thank Mark and Shelley and a couple more that's working on this radio project for all the work they have done so far. And I want to thank all y'all for all you've done. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. All right, the next person is Frank Winstead. Mr. Winstead, if you would give us your name and address for the benefit of the clerk.
This is Frank Winstead, 145 Victoria Court, Youngsville, North Carolina, 27596-7739-45, which is just down the road from Old Liberty. Good evening, all. As Franklin County residents receive their property tax bills and look for relief from some of the highest taxes in the state, They realize they have actually been hit with a tax increase during the government mandated shutdown. Appropriately, this increase is in the solid waste tax. When most people think of Franklin County taxes, solid waste is the first thing that comes to mind, in a manner of speaking. When I think solid waste, I think Franklin County Health Department. On Wednesday, April 22nd, 2020, during the daily televised coronavirus update, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Dr. Mandy Cohen was questioned by the media about discrepancies between state death numbers and county health department death numbers. Dr. Cohen referred to County Register of Deeds as being authoritative sources for death certificates. I looked into the Franklin County Register of Deeds online death certificate numbers. Here's what I found. 221 death certificates were issued in Franklin County from January 1st to July 31st, 2020. For the same period in 2019, 236 death certificates were issued. 15 less people have died in Franklin County in 2020 than in 2019. So this year's total deaths are actually down 6.35%. This was surprising to me. Then I thought, well, maybe Franklin County folks have been so sick that they went to the bigger hospitals down in Wake County, or maybe some of them eventually died. Probably a lot of people from surrounding counties also went to Wake County for the same reason. Therefore, the Wake County death certificate numbers must be shocking. Well, the numbers from the online Wake County Register of Deeds office are surprising. From January 1st to July 31st, 2020, 3,943 death certificates were issued in Wake County. For the same period in 2019, 4,044. 101 less people have died in Wake County in 2020 than in 2019. That is, 116 less people have died in these two counties this year than last year. The pandemic has really not affected us. No matter how much the Franklin County Health Department spends to try to change people's behavior, and then the Franklin County Health Department admits failing to change people's behavior. So I guess a big pile of Franklin County's tax dollars does go to solid waste, so to speak. Have a better night, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3 on the agenda is a public hearing, a rezoning request. The board is asked to consider approval of a rezoning request by Summit Design and Engineering Services. They request to rezone 4.57 acres at 6814 North Carolina 96 Highway West in Youngsville Township from residential R40 to neighborhood business. Mr. Hammerbacher?
Yes, sir. Thank you, and thank you for having me this evening. Staff has received a rezoning request, as noted, to rezone approximately 4.57 acres located along NC 96, adjacent to the Old Liberty subdivision, adjacent to the Old Liberty Circle. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes. Eric? Record.
I apologize for that. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation? Hello? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. The staff has received the rezoning request. Up top on the map above, you can see the subject parcels highlighted in the pinkish purple color there. So the properties currently right now are substantially undeveloped. There are a few existing outbuildings, and then there is an older home. that you can see located along NC 96. Down below, you can see existing zoning within this area. The yellow areas demonstrate R40, residential 40 zoning, while the brown areas denote neighborhood business that are currently in place today. Basically, the other neighborhood business on the north side of NC 96 are undeveloped at this time. Down below on the south side, there's currently mini storage in place. The land use plan has indicated this area as agricultural residential, but you can see over time we have had non-residential zoning in place here, intended to serve the number of residences totaling, just with the Old Liberty itself, there were 636 homes planned. The ordinance states that neighborhood business zone district is established for businesses developed serving the needs of the rural community. The neighborhood business standards are designed to promote low-impact commercial development and protect nearby areas from undesirable aspects of commercial development. Landscape buffering is required for commercial projects located in this district adjacent to residentially zoned parcels. Within the application we've received, the applicant has stated that their intent is to develop this property for mini storage. However, I'm not doing my job if I did not point out, basically within the neighborhood business zoning district, there are an array of uses that could be considered. I won't go over all those, but I'll name just a few. Ambulance service rescue squad, a church, a craft and gift shop, a florist, a laundromat, miscellaneous retail sales, a pet store, plant nurseries, lawn and garden stores, and restaurants, in addition to a convenience store, could all be considered within a zone district. All the uses I've noted would not require a public hearing. They would be done so at an administrative level. This rezoning request has been reviewed by the county planning board at their June meeting. It did receive unanimous support at that point in time by a vote of 10-0. Also within this, I failed to note that basically the traffic generation along NC 96 at this point in time is based on DOT levels is 5,100 trips per day. Any future driveways within this along NC 96 would be at the discretion of NC DOT. I believe that covers most of what I have for you. I do note that the applicant is online, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hammerbacher? All right, since no one has any questions for Mr. Hammerbacher, I'd like to share information with you. Members of the public who would like to participate in the public hearing can share their comments in one of two methods. Share comments during the meeting using the Zoom method that we're using now. If they have made this arrangement prior to 12 o'clock noon today. The other method is to email their written comments before 12 noon on today. We have our clerk, Christian King, and also our finance director, Jamie Holzman, who will share those comments unless we have persons who are already on who wish to make personal comments. That having given those instructions, we will now declare this public hearing open. Are there any persons on the Zoom call who wish to make personal comments? Pro or con?
Yeah, we have one right now.
Okay. If that person would please state their name and address. Is that Michelle Quick?
Yes.
Okay, she's muted.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
We hear you, yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I heard correctly. that the zoning request is for storage outside of Old Liberty subdivision. I was under the impression it was going to be for a convenience store.
The applicant has stated their intent to do it for mini storage, but should this be approved, a number of uses, as I've noted, could be considered.
Okay, well, I think I submitted comments. I'm not sure if somebody has it there. There's already large storage across the street, but we were all told when we received this information, I think there's been several residents within Old Liberty that have submitted comments, myself being one, asking you to decline their rezoning request for a convenience store. We collectively have a lot of concerns, not only about the traffic, it's only a two-way road. It's already very difficult to pull out of Old Liberty subdivision onto Highway 96 because you've got 55-mile-an-hour traffic going down that road. Convenience store, if that's what it was, could cause array of problems from, reducing property to potential trash and rodents and smell. This area backs to, I think, about 4 or 5 actual Old Liberty properties. So I think it's a little confusing because we were told one thing to submit an information as to why we should think a convenience store should not be permitted, but now somehow it's been changed to storage when there's already huge storage already across the street. So I guess we're all concerned about, what this could potentially do to 400 plus fairly new residents. We built a house in here just not even 3 years ago, and we start, putting all types of storage places and stuff like that doesn't help our community. We're going to lose value in our properties, and a lot of us have put a lot of thought into moving into this location, which is why we built here. I personally don't think we need a whole bunch more of storage when there's multiple storage locations within a mile of Old Liberty right now, a lot being right across the street where they just recently expanded it quite a bit in the last year. So, there's a big difference between storage unit and a convenience store for obvious reasons, but a storage facility right behind residential properties, something can be stored there that could be dangerous, which could be detrimental to the neighborhood. So I think we need to find out, what are they really asking to put in there? Are they asking for storage and then they're going to turn around and put something else? And I believe there's other people that you have my statement. I'm sure you could read it. You all could read it, but I think there's other people that would like to give some input as well. But as far as me, it's very confusing that we were told they wanted to put another convenience store in. I mean, this would make 3 convenience stores within 2.5 miles on 96. That would be back into residential homes, backyards, people that have kids and pets and stuff literally back into their backyards. So I'll hand it over to anybody else that would like to speak. But in my opinion, I think it would be a mistake. And one more thing I wanted to mention, we have a fire department literally right across the street and just to the left of the Old Liberty X subdivision entrance. It's already bad enough to pull out, but imagine what the traffic's going to be like if we have traffic coming and going in and out of a convenience store, and we have fire trucks coming out of there, and we have storage people coming out of there on a 2-way road. What type of potential safety issues that can cause to the area as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question. Ms. Quick did sign up earlier. Are there any other comments that you would like to make, Ms. Quick? If
No,
not,
I think they all have my statement. So, but my biggest question is we all thought, all the people in the neighborhood thought it was going to be a convenience store, but from what the gentleman just stated earlier, it sounds like now they just want to put more storage storage space when there's already a ton of it across the street. So we need to find out, you know, which one it is, why was it changed, why were we not notified, etc.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who's on?
Yes, we have several.
Do you have those, Kristen?
Hi, my name is.
Oh, just a second.
I
All
do
right.
have some of them, but I don't believe I have comments from Robert Sossaman, but we can go ahead and let Mr. Sossaman make his comments.
Okay, Mr. Sussman. Mr. Robert Sossaman?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we had some family stuff come up with schooling and other things that did not allow me to send these out earlier today. But our biggest concern in this neighborhood was that we all bought in this neighborhood for the home values, the home location, and the lack of on-hand, in-your-face commercial property. They did recently, and they are continuing to expand the storage company across the street from our main entrance. The rezoning of this to a neighborhood business area for the amount of space that they want to do it in opens the door so widely to putting things that are going to detract our values, detract from the neighborhood close-knitness that we have, and as Michelle pointed out, would literally obliterate people's backyards. And I am not as concerned about a plan that would take maybe the first acre, but to allow a rezoning for a quote unquote neighborhood business that could include a shopping center, pet store, convenience store, things that are going to generate a high volume amount of traffic and not give the neighbors that bought any respite to that, kind of goes against what we all bought in this neighborhood for to begin with. If you look at Headingham and Raleigh, which is another golf community, if you look at Briar Creek Golf Community, their entrances all have 4-lane roads in front of them, multiple in and out, multiple ability for the high density commercial around them because they have all the other infrastructure in place, which does not exist on 96. That's why people bought in Old Liberty. I think approving something that large without a actual, this is what's going to be built there, would be a gross negligence in thought and feelings for the people in this community and for the people in this county. Thanks.
Mr. Sossaman, if I could get your address, please.
Sure, it's 120 North Ridge View Way.
Thank you.
27525. You're welcome. And one thing to note of this, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, is if you look at the master plan for Old Liberty, it is supposed to be probably 5 times the size that it currently is. So there's already going to be a dense more amount of vehicles and traffic and people coming in and out of this community, and adding, not having that in front of you and then looking at this other plat that's now coming in from the side, it is kind of like trying to hold an ace up when you really only got a deuce, to put it in poker terms. And I've got those if you guys actually want to see them.
Is that it, Mr. Sussman? Thank you.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Wendy Quijano? Wendy Quijano?
Yes, it's actually her husband, Kevin Cormier. And I live at 320 Longview Drive.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I've lived in the neighborhood for a very long time. Well, since almost the beginning of the development there, before Dan Ryan and all these other companies came in. We've seen the changes. And like many, we moved out there to get away from the city and development. But I'm not anti-development per se. The one thing I do want the council to consider is that when you look at Purnell Road, when you look at Highway 98 going towards Durham, the Raleigh side, there are very nice developments there that bring a lot of tax dollars. Are the people here willing to sacrifice that taxable income from residential area to placate to a few businesses that aren't desired in the area? I mean, there's a potential to build something special in Youngsville and Franklinton, something that we can, learn from the mistakes of places like Cary that they've made, and other communities that are actually losing population now or have priced themselves out for reasonable middle and upper middle income families. And the other thing I'd like to suggest is that you consider the fact that the neighborhood has been used as a cut through between 96 and Long Mill Road, and people go speeding through our neighborhood already, and there's been many issues with this, and it's gone unaddressed by our concerns have been unaddressed by law enforcement, especially because our community is split between Franklinton and Youngsville. But I can tell you this, if these people build something there and we see more traffic going through that neighborhood, something's going to happen. Something bad's going to happen, accidents or kids getting hurt. And we don't want to subject our kids to that danger. And if something like that does happen, I can tell you people will be willing to go to court for this kind of thing and to stop this. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else? Okay, Kristen.
Okay, just to verify, Coy, are there any other participants on the phone for the public hearing?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Okay, somebody just raised their hand.
Okay.
Marie McNeil.
Yes, hi, this is Mari McNeil.
Mari, okay.
I live at 30 Old Liberty Drive, and I'm opposed to the construction for a convenience store, any type of commercial business, just be away from residential property. Honestly, and if I can speak frankly, I think it's distasteful. I think it will lower the property value. I think, as some other people have said, is that they moved to Youngsville because it's quaint, because of the quality of life and the privacy that they get with moving to a smaller community. There are concerns with rodents and trash, lighting, loiters. So it's just a big concern of mine because I feel like it would devalue the property of the neighbors in the neighborhood. I kind of feel like it's poor city planning to designate residential property for commercial property. I think we need to think a little bit harder about how we want Youngsville to be presented within the state. I agree that, we have the potential to build a very strong and beautiful community. And we can really mess this up, I think, if we allow businesses to build next to residential property. When I think of that, I think of areas like Newark, New Jersey. They're horrible. And no one wants to deal with that type of traffic and that trash and the trespassing in other people's property with a commercial business. So that's all.
Thank you.
Coy, are there any other callers on the phone?
No, there's, well, hold on, one more.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name's Tim Smith. I live at 1107 Tupelo Drive, Hillsboro, 27278. I'm with Summit Engineering. We are the applicant for this proposed rezoning, working with the property owners, Dorothy and Larry Mitchell. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. Scott gave a very good presentation of what's being proposed with those properties that they own, that they're wanting to rezone. One thing I just wanted to clarify is that there was never any intention from my client to propose a convenience store here. They have always told us from the very beginning that they were looking to provide storage for these properties, outdoor storage in particular for like boats and RVs. So I just want to clarify, I don't know where the rumor or whatever came up about them proposing a convenience store, but that has never been their intent. Not that that changes the comments that were received from the concerned citizens, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure that this was not anyway proposed to be a convenience store from the beginning. And then also, as Scott showed on the screen, the location of these properties are already adjacent to or very close to other neighborhood business properties. When we went to the planning board received that unanimously with their vote that this seemed to be an acceptable use. One of the properties that my client already owns is neighborhood business. And so they're just looking to make all of that uniform with the zoning of neighborhood business. I know some are concerned, they're saying commercial, but overall the types of uses that could be put on that neighborhood business are not really commercial in nature, and could provide something for these residents nearby potentially of some type of a business or a facility that would benefit their community. So I just want to put that out there. I'm not sure if Dorothy is able to speak. She was having trouble last time with her audio, but I just wanted to let you know those things.
Thank you.
Any other callers that are available to speak?
Yeah, we have.
Kevin Curry?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for taking my comments here. So I am a resident. My address is 485 Longview Drive in Franklinton. Also a resident here at Old Liberty. And I also oppose, and my reasoning, not only, I'll speak tonight, not only as a resident, but also as a member of the county. And I guess I asked the council to think about, the future impact that commercial business that butts up against a golf course community can have for future tax revenue. I think Michelle Quick did a very good job of speaking to the amount of convenience stores that are already located along 96, and certainly not a need for more of that. Also, speaking about the fact that we have a storage facility directly across the street to the proposed location. Certainly there's not a need or an economic reason that we would want to put more storage facilities in. Obviously, I have a concern that the approval for a storage facility opens up to other commercial opportunities, which means that obviously the owner would be at will to open up different businesses and so on. But I guess what I want to talk about is how many golf course communities are currently in Franklin County. And Fred Smith, obviously a major developer throughout the Triangle area, has invested a great deal of money into purchasing this golf course. If you compare Old Liberty Golf Course to other Fred Smith golf courses, you will see that the other Fred Smith golf courses are tremendous facilities. They have beautiful clubhouses with pools and restaurants, and I am sure drive a extraordinary amount of tax revenue into the particular area and to our particular county. So I believe strongly that allowing commercial businesses at the main entrance of a Fred Smith golf course and one of the very few golf courses within Franklin County would certainly deter Fred Smith from further investment into this golf course. And obviously with that investment comes so much more tax revenue. Other residents have spoken about the, again, tax implications of property values. And with a Fred Smith investment into this golf course, those property values are going to continue to rise. I believe another resident spoke about the master plan for Old Liberty, and I believe one of the areas of development right now is in court over the county and some water restrictions that they're looking at. But you know, there is certainly a tremendous amount of more of growth and development happening within the Old Liberty neighborhood that will continue to grow and continue to bring further tax revenue into the county. So I just ask that the council here to think about the long-term implications of bringing in a convenience store and or a storage facility, which certainly is not going to generate a tremendous amount of tax revenue, but could certainly deter from hundreds of high property value houses and the tax revenue that not only is gained from the property tax, but also the revenue gained from income tax and all those folks coming on board. So again, just wanted to state that I strongly oppose and hope that the council thinks about the tax implications of allowing commercial industry right outside of a golf course community where Fred Smith, one of the biggest developers in the Triangle area, is already invested into this as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that Mrs. Quick would like to make some additional comments.
Okay, Ms. Quick.
I just rose my hand because the gentleman for the people that are requesting this said that there was nothing about a convenience store. All the documentation I have about this hearing and when to appear all states convenience store. So again, I just want to make sure that we're, and just going back, I think what we just heard was pretty clear. You know, we've got Fred Smith, who's put a lot of money into this. Can you imagine what's going to happen to most of these residents have all built here within the last 3 years, with us also, I mean, not quite 3 years. If Fred Smith were to pull out of this golf course because we start getting, you know, lower end convenience stores, more storage space, I mean, that type of commercial stuff that's not really very nice to look at or help property values, it doesn't contribute to, you know, the county. I think it's going to cause a lot of people, a lot of problems if we get our main investor in Old Liberty, Fred Smith, leave this community, like if something like this were to happen. So I really, you know, I'm happy that everyone is getting on the phone and letting you know what we all think, but I don't like the fact that everything we were told was convenience store and now we're touring storage when we have massive storage already across the street. So again, thank you. It's just not going to be good, and it can severely hurt 400 plus homeowners that have just recently built in Old Liberty. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, is Fred Smith online to make comments on this, or I guess direct that to our clerk?
Tim Smith is.
Yeah, I'm not with Fred Smith. I'm with Summit Engineering again. I just want to, based on the last comment that was just heard, I'm still curious where this notion came about a convenience store. I don't think there was anything sent out from the county per our application that represented that my client was proposing a convenience store. So I'm still just curious, Scott, did anything get sent out? I mean, our application did not have anything on there about a convenience store.
No, it didn't. I mean, it was dated March 11th. I just reviewed the notice we sent to adjoining property owners. It stated, you know, rezoning from R40 to neighborhood business. It did not list a specific use whatsoever. Certainly that was discussed at the planning board meeting, your all's intent, but the communication that was sent to adjacent property owners, it does not state convenience store.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that.
All right, Kristen?
Mr. Chairman, I can say that I would say a majority of the comments that we've received do believe that it's a convenience store. And so we'll continue to read through those. Coy, just to make sure you have nobody else on the phone that would like to make comments at this time.
Yes, we have one.
Okay.
Hey, this is Mari McNeil again. I have to say that even if it's not a convenience store, if it's any type of commercial zoning, I'm opposed. So I just want to make that clear for the record, that I think that should remain residential property.
Ms. McNeil? Yeah, you're fading out on us. Ms. McNeil?
Hello?
Ms. McNeil?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, you faded out on us there for a moment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make it clear for the record that even if it's not a convenience store, I'm opposed to that property being converted to commercial property.
Thank you very much. Kristen? Do we have anyone else? Hello?
Yes, we do. Sherwood Spales.
Sherwood Spales. State your name and address, please.
Okay, my address is 75 Sutherland Drive, and I just recently moved there last year. And my question becomes, do you have zoning codes? Because I didn't see that anywhere around, number one. Number two is I definitely oppose that sort of thing too, because again, I'm afraid that I'm gonna lose value in the property that we just bought last year.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. All right. Kristen, do you have any comments that you want to read?
I do have some. I see that there's a Jen Rendon on the line. Jen, would you please state your address, your name and address?
Sure. Can you hear me? My name is Jennifer Rendon. I live at 625 Clubhouse Drive.
Okay.
So my property is very close to the front of the neighborhood where this commercial zoning would happen. I strongly oppose any commercial zoning at any of these properties around the front entrance of our community. I think that it will endanger through traffic increase, endanger our children and our community members. I'm also an HOA board member, and I have not heard anyone through our actual neighborhood that was for this commercial zoning. There were rumors that, and I think we were talking about other properties. There are properties that were bought across the street from this, and those folks were also asking for commercial zoning, which was believed to have said could be turned into a convenience store. So that's maybe where the rumors have been coming from. But at no point do I want any of this property at the front of our neighborhood rezoned for commercial use. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
We do not have any.
Okay, Kristen, let's move right along.
All right, so it looks like we have comments submitted by Kimberly Weston, who had suggested that they would call in tonight, but since I don't see them on the line, I'll go ahead and read from those. It's Kimberly Weston, 95 North Ridgeview Way, Franklinton, Old Liberty subdivision. I'm writing to you to oppose the proposal to build a convenience store immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty subdivision off of Highway 96 in Youngsville. The reason we moved into this beautiful neighborhood was because of the peaceful and tranquil nature of the area. The neighborhood has a community pool and a golf course. There are 2 convenience stores located within a couple of miles of our neighborhood off of Highway 96 and US 1 that the public can use. Building a convenience store would decrease our land and home values and bring more traffic, pollution, trash, and noise into the area, as well as disrupt this peaceful community. I truly hope that you can reconsider and ultimately deny their motion to move this 4.5-acre plot of land from residential to commercial to build a convenience store. Thank you for your time. And if I could, Mr. Floyd has these comments, and he's going to put these up on the screen. Some of the folks that had submitted comments in advance have already made phone calls tonight, and so we'll move through those. But the next comments are from Brian Weston, 95 North Ridge View Way. Is Mr. Weston on the call? Okay, Jamie, go ahead.
Writing to you to oppose Larry T. and Dorothy J. Mitchell's request to rezone the 4.5 acres of land immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty subdivision off of Highway 96 in Youngsville from residential to commercial in an effort to build a convenience store there. There are 2 convenience stores located within a couple of miles of our neighborhood off of Highway 96 and US 1 that the public can use. Building a convenience store immediately adjacent to our neighborhood would decrease our land and home values and bring more traffic, pollution, trash, and noise into the area, as well as disrupt this peaceful community. I truly hope that you consider rejecting their request, as it is not what the community wants.
The next comment comes from Chris Hilton, 65 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. Is Chris Hilton on the line? Okay, his comments say, I strongly object to the rezoning of this 4.57 acres for the application Summit Design to business use. My home backs up to this property, and I don't want this to be just beyond my backyard. I have young children who are always out playing, as do others on my street. This type of commercial property and the proposed convenience store would bring unwanted noise, traffic, trash, odor, and loitering to my backyard. We are a family neighborhood. We do not want this kind of business right at our doorstep. We value the natural beauty and peacefulness of our area and don't want it spoiled by removing the wooded areas and building commercial buildings. I'm begging that you do not allow this rezoning and leave the land as residential use only. As a follow-up to my previous email, some additional reasons why I object to the new proposed rezoning to build a convenience store. We already have 3 convenience stores within 3 miles east or west on Highway 96. Mays Store Mart to the west, 2.4 miles along Highway 96, and ET's Quick Stop going east on 96 towards Highway 1, 2.4 miles. Finally, Rosemart at the corner of Highway 96 and Highway 1. There's absolutely no need for another one at this location. Again, I ask that you please reject this rezoning application and leave this property as residential only. This will have great negative impact on homes in this neighborhood with the convenience store right as you turn in. It's bad enough the storage facility was allowed to be built across the street next to the fire department, but at least that doesn't back up to our homes like this new proposed location would. My information is below, and I stated that earlier. I would gladly speak at the meeting on the 3rd, laying out my concerns as a tax-paying resident of this Old Liberty neighborhood.
Kristen,
Yes,
actually, we have Hilton family on.
I'm sorry.
We have the Hiltons on.
Okay, if you would allow them to speak.
Hello. Yes, this is Chris Hilton. I just wanted to, outside of my comments, I only had a couple mentions on this, the specific to the convenience mart itself. My main point was just against the commercial building in general. And as you read, just having the facility across, the storage facility already across the street, is bad enough. And my property at 65 Old Liberty, this is literally going to be right in my backyard, where we currently have wooded areas. We've got a backyard, we got a play set, we've got kids, we've got pets, as do our neighbors. So I'm strongly opposed to this being rezoned as commercial. Thank you.
We have another hand raised.
Okay. The last name is Boyd. M. Boyd, you're being recognized to speak.
I did not say I wanted to speak. I did submit a letter with my wishes on it, but we are opposed. We live at 235 Old Liberty Drive.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on the call that would like to speak?
No.
Okay, the next person on the list is Jarvis James. Jamie, go ahead and read those comments.
I am not in agreement with the convenience store being placed adjacent to our now peaceful neighborhood. Our family moved out here for the peace and to be away from clutter. This will change everything, including traffic issues, possible violence, and cause trash issues. I'm asking that you consider the feelings of the residents and risk of this proposal.
The next comments come from Jason Thibodeau, 135 Ashbury Lane, Youngsville, Old Liberty neighborhood. Is Mr. Thibodeau on the call? I do not agree with the rezoning. I'm a civil engineer and I know it will cause an increase in traffic. It will also bring an increase in crime and unwanted attention to the homeowners in the area. There is a convenience store, E.T.'s Quick Stop, 2 miles from the opening of Old Liberty. We also have a Shell station 2.5 miles, as well as a Food Line and many other stores. There is a fire station directly across the street from the opening of Old Liberty. With the increased traffic, could this impede the department's ability to quickly get where they are needed? It could, quite possibly. Again, I am against the rezoning of the area near Old Liberty to commercial. We have an Allison Luring, 110 Sutherland Drive. Is Allison on the call? Okay, go ahead, Jamie.
I found it my duty to write an email stating how disappointed I was in finding out about the proposed construction of a convenience store next to the Old Liberty neighborhood. We have recently moved here from Colorado. One of the things we loved while searching for our forever home was to be out of the proximity of businesses. Our neighborhood is truly unique, and it would be a shame to have a convenience store added to our community. We have enough construction around our area that the trees are diminishing, one of the very things we greatly appreciate about the area. There are tons of reasons why I'm against the proposal, but I will not bore you with details. Please let the people's voices be heard and the community to continue to attract new residents instead of businesses. Thank you for your time.
Next comments come from Andrea Fonville White, 155 Old Liberty Drive. I'm writing to the Franklin County Board of Commissioners to voice my objection to the rezoning of the land adjacent to the Old Liberty subdivision from residential to business. Please do not destroy the integrity of the flora and fauna along this beautiful stretch of Route 96. I love the unbroken tree line that follows the curvature of the road at the start of Old Liberty and follows to the horse farm. This is a rural area and there's no need for a business along this stretch of road. Once you leave the commercial area off of Capitol Boulevard, my visitors have remarked on the beauty of this rural local. There are 2 convenience stores going south on 96 to Capitol Boulevard. There's another convenience store on Mays Store Road 2 miles away. Why is there a need for another? There will be an increase of traffic, noise pollution, and trash to our neighborhood. Once one store goes in, more will follow. There goes the rural and bucolic Youngsville. The next comments are submitted from David and Jacqueline Murphy.
I live in Old Liberty at 235 Longview Drive, Franklinton, North Carolina, 27525, and oppose the rezoning request from Larry T. and Dorothy J. Mitchell regarding their purchase of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance and wanting to turn it into business zoning to open a convenience store.
The next comments come from Howard and Angela Barraclaw, 545 Clubhouse Drive, Youngsville, in that the Mitchells apparently own and operate a trucking company and presumably wish to operate such a business on the purchased land referenced above. My wife and I have strong objections to the land adjoining our community being refined as commercial land. Old Liberty is a community of pleasant homes on privately owned streets, and property values would be severely negatively affected by allowing such a business to operate in such close proximity. The next comments come from Christine Rodriguez, 170 Longview Drive, Franklinton.
I'm writing to give my support for the rezoning on 96 that Larry and Dorothy Mitchell are requesting. I believe this will help our community prosper.
Next comments come from Deborah Walsh, Summit Point, Youngsville. Allowing a new convenience store to be built on Route 96 across from the fire station will ruin the country landscape of Franklin County. This area is known for its rustic beauty. To allow the Wake Forest growth creep into our community would be a huge mistake. This convenience store would be the beginning of more and more commercial buildings. Please give very serious thought to not ruin the bucolic area we now enjoy. The next comments come from John Jorgensen, 120 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
I'm very much concerned about the proposed construction of a convenience store in my neighborhood. I'm very opposed to the construction of this store. Please protect the peace and security of our neighborhood.
Next comments come from John R. Dillon, 105 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. Number one, I write to express my objection to the aforementioned rezoning application. Number two, I'm a property owner residing on Old Liberty Drive. The rear of my property faces Highway 96. Number three, it's reasonable to say that Highway 96 is heavily traveled. Number four, the entrance to Old Liberty is at or near opposite the Youngsville Fire Station. Number five, for the following reasons, I oppose the rezoning of property described in the aforementioned rezoning application. A, residents have learned the rezoning is for the purpose of building a convenience store. There are such stores already in existence within short distance of the proposed site, not to mention a major shopping center within a 3-mile distance of the proposed site. B, possible decrease in home value because of area change to a business district. Possibility of further business activity in the area allowed by the rezoning factor. A well-known fact that a convenience store is also likely to bring gasoline, diesel sales, to say nothing of the noise, traffic, odor, trash, loitering, crime, armed holdup, tailgate partying, and general safety of residents, pedestrians, and vehicular traffic. C, decrease in my property value because of the most likely removal of trees in my as well as other backyards of neighbors. I trust the Franklin County Planning Board will make a positive decision to deny the approval of this rezoning application. And if we can move through the comments from Ms. Quick, she's already commented on the phone. The next comments are from Gail Rollman, 245 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
I live at Old Liberty subdivision off of Route 96. I'm opposed to changing the property on Route 96 to commercial for a convenience store. As a taxpayer of Franklin County and an HOA paying member of Old Liberty that has rules and regulations for a quiet and peaceful neighborhood is the reason I moved here. I cannot see a reason to add another convenience store to Route 96. We have a gas station convenience store towards Route 1 and another convenience store on the other end of Route 96 where the road forks off into another. We have a whole shopping center across from Route 1. Making a left onto Route 96 from Old Liberty is a task in itself. I have pulled out making a left onto 96 from Old Liberty many times to go towards Route 1. Of course, I looked both ways before pulling out. I know it's clear of traffic. I get onto 96 and look in my rearview mirror and there's a car on my tail. There's a hill that cars come up from before there's a car on my tail. There's a hill that cars come up from before the road is flat that is only about a quarter of a mile before Old Liberty entrance, which is very dangerous for anyone pulling out of Old Liberty. Can you imagine what a convenience store would do right next to the entrance and exit of Old Liberty? This location would be an accident ready to happen. There's a turning lane for Old Liberty, and to create a turning lane for a convenience store would only confuse the traffic even more. No one drives the speed limit of 45 on Route 96. They think it is a highway, and most people do not use their signals when turning left or right. There are many homes on Route 96 and more being built right off of 96, which can make for a dangerous situation for people, children, and pets. I have seen so many animals get hit by cars and trucks on Route 96. Next time it could be a person, especially if they tried to cross the road for this convenience store. This convenience store will cause more congestion of traffic, noise at all hours of the day and night, lights shining up in the sky, trash on our streets, the smell of trash from the store, pollution from cars and trucks exhaust, parking lot that is blacktop will cause more heat, and there's a good possibility of crime. How many times have you heard of a convenience store being robbed? This area is not commercially zoned area. It's a residential area where people live and come home to their houses to find peace. Let's keep it that way. Please, let's not create something that we do not need or want in this neighborhood for the safety and well-being of the people and beauty of the land as it is. I'm sure that each of you can understand the reasoning behind this. I know that you would not want this project in your community where you live, knowing the dangers that can happen.
The next comments come from Elaine Dillon, 105 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. I am vehemently opposed to any rezoning of this residential area to a business zone. This would cause many more serious problems with traffic than already exist, not to mention the dangers that would ensue due to more people walking on the road in a dangerous traffic area where cars and trucks speed by. Further, with tractor trailers coming and going, it would bring pollution and noise to a peaceful area. Also, loitering, littering, and crimes are sure to follow. There's no need to rezone this area for a convenience store / gas station. There are several stores of this nature just a few miles down the road, not to mention a shopping area with grocery, drug, and gas stations only 3 miles away. This is totally unnecessary and would be a detriment to the health and well-being of all people who reside in this area. As you know, more housing developments are in process, and this rezoning would ruin the quality of life. Why disrupt a residential area needlessly? Sometimes quality of life means more than making money. This is one of those times. I'm sure you would not want another convenience store in this neighborhood if you lived here. I'm hopeful that you will all vote no on this matter. The next comments come from James and Marsha Wallace.
We are requesting that the request for the convenience store on Highway 96 in Youngsville be denied. Old Liberty is a quiet family neighborhood, and we would like for it to remain this way. Rezoning this area for business will cause a multitude of problems. Please help us keep our neighborhood quiet and crime-free. My husband and I moved here from Henderson 2 years ago, and we love our home and neighbors.
Judy and Johnny Bailey, 300 Longview Drive, Franklinton, residents of Old Liberty. We are against rezoning from residential to commercial the area along 96 by our subdivision. Ben Sykes has the next comment.
I am concerned about the 4.5 acres purchased for business rezoning across Old Liberty. Is this the blasting zone right across Old Liberty or more on US 1? Where can I look at future construction plans?
John and Lisa Nelson, 605 Longview Drive, Youngsville. We request that this zoning change be denied, as the current plan to open a convenience store would cause decline in already depressed property values in our neighborhood and others nearby, along with causing pollution due to trash, traffic, crime, and loitering that will occur around such types stores as a result. Next comments are from Greg and Debbie Thomas.
I am asking the Franklin County Board of Commissioners to deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Many people, including my wife and I, invested in this community specifically for its location. If there was a commercial zone with stores at the entrance to this community, we would have looked for a home in another location. Changing the current zoning and allowing stores, gas stations, or what have you be located at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community, who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at that time. I and the neighbors I have spoken to have no problem making a quick trip to local markets, convenience stores, and gas stations that currently exist in our area. What we all fear the most is the impact a commercial zone at the entrance of our wonderful community would have on our current property values. Homes placed on the market in our community do not stay on the market long at all, and the values have been steadily increasing, mainly because of its location away from such commercial zones.
Next comments are from Carol Phillips, 65 Clubhouse Drive, Youngsville. I would like to comment on the rezoning request from Larry T. and Dorothy J. Mitchell for the purchasing of the 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance on 96 Highway. As a resident of Old Liberty, I am opposed to the rezoning for a number of reasons. First, having a convenience store at the entrance of a nice neighborhood would mean the homeowner's property values in the Providence Grand section of Old Liberty adjacent to the Mitchell property would see the value of their homes diminished. As a homeowner, I would not want my home to back up to a convenience store for this very reason. Second, with the potential rezoning from residential to commercial, there would be an increase in the amount of traffic in this area, making it even more difficult, especially in the morning and at night, to turn onto NC Highway 96. The sharp curve due west of the entrance and the speed motorists drive, speed limit is 45, are opening the door to additional traffic accidents. Third, there would be an increase of commercial and personal vehicles using Old Liberty as a cut through from NC Highway 96 to Long Mill Road. As a resident of Old Liberty, I do not want to see additional traffic cutting through our neighborhood, as drivers do not obey the posted speed limit, do not always watch out for children playing or pedestrians walking. Next comments are from Mary E. Allen, 215 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
My name is Mary E. Allen. I am an Old Liberty resident living at 215 Old Liberty Drive. I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning and development of property at NC Highway 96 and Old Liberty Circle. The proposed land use plan for this site is not consistent with the broader intent of the Old Liberty residential properties. Allowing this change to happen creates many negative issues, such as the loss of neighborhood and community character, a decrease in the market value of my home, increased traffic congestion, creating a potentially dangerous situation at the entrance to the Old Liberty residential neighborhood, the destruction of green space and mature trees, as well as driving animals out of the area onto Highway 96, causing accidents. This type of commercial zoning does not fit into the single-family neighborhood. With this change, I'm concerned that the traffic, crime, trash, and loitering will certainly follow. Once the property is rezoned, the developer can change the original concept. Please do not rezone this site to commercial property. Single-family construction fits within this neighborhood and community.
The next comments come from Lucian and Dana Hughes, 25 Summit Point, Franklinton. I'm writing in opposition to the rezoning request by Larry and Dorothy Mitchell on Highway 96 adjacent to the Old Liberty community entrance. I feel the rezoning and addition of any business would greatly devalue the neighborhood and the surrounding area. The reason for buying into a neighborhood such as Old Liberty is to create distance from business operations and the high traffic that goes along with it. We love our neighborhood and strongly oppose any rezoning of the land in question. Jill Putnam, Old Liberty resident.
I'm asking the Franklin County Board of Commissioners to deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Changing the current zoning and allowing stores, gas stations, or what have you be located at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at that time.
The next comments come from Wendy Cormier. Her husband spoke earlier, but she was not on the call, so we'll read those. The address is 320 Longview Drive, Franklinton. I'm imploring you to deny the proposed zoning change of the 4.5 acres adjacent to the entrance of Old Liberty. My husband and I purchased our home in Old Liberty subdivision 5 years ago for its quiet and peaceful environment. As a stay-at-home mom of 2 girls, soon to be 3, I enjoy taking walks in the neighborhood, working in my yard, and allowing my children to ride their bikes and play outside freely. The current environment of the neighborhood gives me peace of mind for my family. Our home is a haven from loud cars, crime, traffic, litter, etc. This is reflected in the rising property values here as young families flock to this area. My neighbors and I fear that by allowing commercial development at the entrance of Old Liberty, you will not only decrease the value of our homes, but more importantly, you will disrupt our quality of life. The proposed convenience store will undoubtedly attract more traffic to the area. Being a 24-hour business, this could mean cars coming and going at all hours of the night. Furthermore, it will bring people from outside the community in close proximity to our homes, turning our haven into a busy commercial zone. Many of the homeowners in Old Liberty and adjacent communities have agreed that we don't mind driving 10 or 15 minutes to go to the store or get gas. There are a plethora of existing businesses in the area to supply our needs. Lastly, those who own homes here made their house buying decision based on the current zoning. Changing the zoning from residential to business would be a disservice to us, as a house is the largest purchase one makes in a lifetime. It may begin with only a convenience store, but more development is sure to follow as the area grows. Our wish is to preserve the integrity of our neighborhood by keeping it green, beautiful, and tranquil. The next comments are from David and Jennifer Goldman, 250 Longview Drive, Franklinton.
I'm asking that the Franklin County Board of Commissioners to deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Many people, including my wife and I, invested in this community specifically for its location. If there was a commercial zone with stores at the entrance to this community, we would have looked for a home in another location. Changing the current zoning and allowing stores, gas stations, or what have you be located at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at that time. I and the neighbors I have spoken to have no problem making a quick trip to local markets, convenience stores, and gas stations that currently exist in our area. What we all fear the most is the impact a commercial zone at the entrance of our wonderful community would have on our current property values. Homes placed on the market in our community do not stay on the market long at all, and the values have been steadily increasing, mainly because of its location away from such commercial zones. We all feel there would be a drastic impact to what currently exists if a zoning change is allowed.
Next comments are from Nikki Bowen. I'm a homeowner at Old Liberty and I deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Many people in the Old Liberty subdivision have invested in this community specifically for its location. I'm sure that if they were looking for a house in a commercial zone with stores at the entrance, we would have looked elsewhere. Changing the current zoning would change the dynamics of our community subdivision, and by placing a convenience store at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at the time. We feel that doing this would bring down our property value. We, the neighbors, have agreed that we have no problem with making a quick trip to local markets, convenience stores, and gas stations that currently exist in our area. We all feel there would be a drastic impact to what currently exists if a zoning change is allowed. Next comments are from Lisa and James Presley, 210 Old Liberty Drive.
I'm asking the Franklin County Board of Commissioners to deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Other residents, as well as ourselves, invested in this community specifically for its location. An idyllic Franklin County with its vast trees and farms away from the hustle and bustle that is Wake Forest. If there was a commercial zone with stores at the entrance to this community, we would have looked for a home in another location, specifically commercialized Wake Forest. We chose to invest in Franklin County. Changing the current zoning and allowing stores, gas stations, or other commercial business be located at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at the time. Our biggest concern allowing a commercial zone at the entrance of our wonderful community is how this will affect our current property values. Homes placed on the market in our community do not stay on the market long, and the values have been steadily increasing, mainly because of its location away from such commercial zones. We all feel there will be a drastic impact to what currently exists if a zoning change is allowed.
The next comments come from Frank Allen, 215 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. I'm Frank Allen, Old Liberty. I own a home in the Old Liberty subdivision residing at 215 Old Liberty Drive. I'm writing to express my firm opposition to the proposed rezoning and development of property near NC Highway 96 and Old Liberty Circle. The proposed land use plan for this site is not consistent with the broader intent of the Old Liberty residential properties. There is already a convenient mart about a mile away from one being considered. Therefore, having another so close seems redundant. Additionally, if this change were allowed to go through, it will certainly create many negative issues, such as a decrease in the market value of my home, the loss of neighborhood and community character, increased traffic congestion, creating a potentially dangerous situation at the entrance to the Old Liberty residential neighborhood. This type of commercial zoning does not fit into the single-family neighborhood. With this change, I'm concerned that traffic, crime, trash, and loitering will certainly follow. Once the property is rezoned, the developer is able to change the original concept. I've spoken to multiple neighbors regarding this issue, and everyone agrees that it is not an imposition to drive to existing establishments. We are all concerned about the drastic impact this change would have to our community. Please do not rezone this site to commercial property. Single-family construction fits within this neighborhood and community, and this property should be the same to maintain continuity. The next comments come from Hodge Jacobson.
I am writing to voice my strenuous objection and opposition to the rezoning application by Larry T. and Dorothy J. Mitchell, approximately 4.5 acres on Highway 96. The application is before the Board of Commissioners on August 3rd, 2020. For the reasons outlined below, the proposed rezoning is a threat to the character of our community, the health of our residents, and the pastoral nature of the largely residential and agriculturally surrounding property. The land that is the subject of the rezoning request is currently zoned R40 residential. The current zoning reflects the almost entirely residential character of the stretch of Highway 96 from at least a mile east of the subject property to the junction of Highway 96 and Pocomoke Road. The current zoning is the appropriate zoning for the subject property. The request to rezone the subject property to business is entirely self-serving for the applicants. No nearby landowner desires the service of any business on the subject property, and certainly not a convenience store, as the rumors indicate is the applicant's intention. Any commercial activity in the midst of an almost entirely residential, still agricultural, a substantially rural community would undermine and devalue the uses made by nearly all nearby landowners. The subject property is adjacent to a very large planned community, Old Liberty, that is entirely single-family residential. Not one owner in the community supports the applicants, to the best of my knowledge. Single-family homes surround the property, except for the Old Liberty Clubhouse and Pool, which is strictly an amenity for nearby homeowners and in no way takes a form akin to a convenience store or other strictly commercial businesses. At least 3 convenience store gas station businesses adequately serve the entire Highway 96 corridor from Pocomoke Road to US Highway 1. These businesses are not overcrowded. These businesses do not lack the necessary capacity for the nearby community. At a time when any business that attracts a high number of transients poses a risk of spread of coronavirus, the addition of a new business in the midst of a residential community is contrary to every public health caution. The nearby homeowners do not need hundreds of transient passers-by to mix with local residents. To the contrary, at this time of rising COVID-19 infections and many unknowns about the risk of COVID-19 and the duration of the pandemic, the board should be restricting business activity to locations that already are designed to accommodate commercial activity. The board endangers our children and families by allowing any new business to open in our quiet, green, and still safe community. Even if there were no pandemic, a convenience store is grossly inconsistent with the surrounding residential uses, even the storage facility adjacent to the fire station. Currently, traffic on Highway 96 is modest and does not stop nearby the subject property for any purpose. The storage facility is a very low volume business. No business exists near the subject property that currently attracts the pollution, litter, loitering, noxious fumes, transient visitors, and other nuisances that are well known and highly undesirable features of a convenience store or gas station. All of those features of a convenience store or any business are also inconsistent with the use and enjoyment the hundreds of Old Liberty residents experience at the swimming pool immediately adjacent to this subject property. The hundreds of children in Old Liberty should not be made to swim next to a business that generates so much pollution, trash, unknown visitors, and loitering. Allowing the applicant's rezoning request also would put alcohol and cigarettes easily within reach of the hundreds of children in and around this property. Presently, access to these unhealthy products requires a long walk or a vehicle. Children in Old Liberty and the near subject property do not have access to these items. The board must prevent such products from becoming so easily available immediately adjacent to a large and growing residential community full of children. I respectfully urge the board to deny permanently the applicant's zoning request.
And the next comments listed are from Greg and Debbie Thomas, but I noticed that those are duplicates. So if we can move forward to the comments submitted by Sandra Gomez. I'm asking that the Franklin County Board of Commissioners deny the proposed zoning change of 4.5 acres immediately adjacent to the Old Liberty entrance. Many people have invested in this community specifically for its location. If there was a commercial zone with stores at the entrance to this community, we would have looked for a home in another location. Changing the current zoning and allowing stores, gas stations, or what have you be located at the entrance to our community would be a huge disservice to the taxpayers in this community who purchased their homes according to the environment and zoning that existed at that time. I and the neighbors I have spoken to have no problem making a quick trip to local markets, convenience stores, and gas stations that currently exist in our area. What we all fear the most is the impact a commercial zone at the entrance of our wonderful community would have on our current property values. Homes placed on the market in our community do not stay on the market long at all, and the values have been steadily increasing mainly because of its location away from such commercial zones. We all feel there would be a drastic impact to what currently exists if a zoning change is allowed. And the next comments come from David and Joanna DeBolt, 30 Cantor Gable Place, Youngsville.
We vehemently oppose the application for rezoning on the 4.5 acres for the purpose of a new convenience store to be located adjacent to the entrance to Old Liberty Golf Community on Highway 96. My wife and I moved to this area in May of 2020 to escape the massive development, overcrowding, and ever-increasing crime rates in around the Cary Apex area. We feel that this proposed store would be a huge detriment to the peace and safety of this area. Of note, there's already a convenience store, gas station on Highway 96, closer to US 1, in addition to all the shops, restaurants, gas stations, etc. at the US 1 and Highway 96 intersection. We love this area for its pristine farm country, undeveloped land, and the folks that reside here are strongly opposed to the addition of yet another convenience store. We do not believe that it is warranted or desired by any of the current residents.
Next comments come from Alan and Robin Colanduanamo. Not sure if I said that correctly. 110 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. We would like to weigh in on the topic of rezoning for convenience store constructed to the close proximity of the entrance of Old Liberty on Route 96 in Youngsville. In our opinion, that is not the best interest of Old Liberty residents. We think the increased traffic at the entrance would create a hazard. It is dangerous enough now trying to pull out of Old Liberty. We did not move to this location to have a convenience store or any other business located on our doorstep. Furthermore, if we needed a convenience store badly enough, we take a right when leaving the entrance of Old Liberty, and in 2.1 miles, we would be at May's store. If we were to take a left when leaving the entrance of Old Liberty in 2 miles, we would be at ET's Quick Stop. If we really wanted to travel, we could go all the way to Food Line on Capitol Boulevard. We are strongly against rezoning this area. Next comments come from Jeff Rollman, 245 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
My name is Jeff Ruleman. I live at Old Liberty subdivision off of Route 96. I'm opposed to changing the property on Route 96 to commercial for a convenience store. I'm a taxpayer of Franklin County and an HOA paying member of Old Liberty that has rules and regulations for a quiet and peaceful neighborhood. This is the reason I moved here. Making a left from Old Liberty is very dangerous, as many times I have found myself pulling out onto Route 96 and finding a car right behind me that wasn't there when I first pulled out to Route 96. People do not drive the speed limit on Route 96. The road has many curves and hills. Youngsville Fire Department is across the street, which can make it more dangerous if the firemen need to get out quickly. There are no warning lights for the fire department on Route 96. We have enough stores on Capitol Boulevard and business before Capitol Boulevard. We do not need another convenience store to create more traffic on Route 96 that would only make it more dangerous. The convenience store would ruin the peacefulness of our community with car and truck noise, people coming and going all day and night, lights shining into our neighborhood, and the safety of our community. Please vote no on this convenience store that nobody wants or needs. Leave the neighborhood as a residential area as it was meant to be.
The next comments come from Millie Boyd, 235 Old Liberty Drive. My name is Millie Boyd. I reside at 235 Old Liberty Drive. I'm writing to express my opinion on the requested rezoning of a property fronting Highway 96 at the entrance to the Old Liberty subdivision. I feel a change of zoning from residential to low impact commercial and the allowance of the construction of a mini mart and or storage units would most certainly diminish the ambiance of the entrance to Old Liberty. Additionally, there are homes directly adjacent to this property that would be adversely affected, i.e. values of the homes, lights, noise, quality of life, etc. Old Liberty is a large subdivision and it's continuing to grow. The traffic on Highway 96 is very heavy, especially early in the morning and late afternoon. There are several subdivisions east and west of the entrance to Old Liberty. I can only see an increase of traffic rapidly approaching. I feel a mini mart type of business would further congest this area. It's already difficult to exit Old Liberty onto Highway 96. Imagine cars and trucks coming and going from a mini mart so close to our primary entrance, added to the traffic that's already there. Now, please consider that there is a mini mart type business, ET's Quick Stop, about a mile east of the Old Liberty main entrance. And there is another mini mart type business about 2 miles west. And of course, one could travel to Capitol Boulevard and find anything you could want at the shopping center. There is no need for a mini mart at this location. As for storage units, there are already plenty of those just across the road. If there had been any type of business at the main entrance to Old Liberty, I may not even have looked for a home here. I enjoy the quiet, peaceful atmosphere, and I am vehemently against strenuously object to a change in zoning of this property. Thank you for your consideration.
Kristen?
Yes,
Yes. How many more comments do we have?
almost as many that have been read already, sir.
Go ahead.
Next comments come from Michael Boyd, 235 Old Liberty Drive.
Haven't we heard from Mr. Boyd before?
I believe he called in, but he wasn't prepared to speak and suggested and let us know that he had submitted comments already.
You want me to read his then, Ms. Kristen?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I am writing to express my opposition of rezoning case 20 REZ02. This application is counterintuitive to the long-range zoning map and the forethought and initiative put into creating a long-term planning map. The applicant points out that there are other MB neighborhood zonings in the area along this major road, but that does not support the request to create more along this section of road, much less at the entrance to and immediately behind the homes of an established neighborhood. As this already approved neighborhood continues to grow and expand and brings more traffic to the entrance, then the need for a less traffic intensive zoning would seem logical. As pointed out by the applicant, there are already lots with an MB zoning along this frontage. As these are built out traffic, will undoubtedly increase. So adding more to this area will only bring traffic issues in the future. Many of the allowed uses, I've been told there is a convenience store proposed at this location, conflict with the future zoning and would negatively impact quality of life and potentially home values, at least for the lots immediately adjacent to the property. The applicant mentions self-storage units intended to serve the fast-growing area. While MB zoning is supposedly intended to be low-impact commercial zoning, a self-storage business backing up to the backyards of homeowners will adversely impact the peaceful lifestyle the long-range planning provides. Self-storage units tend to allow access at all hours and can bring light pollution to the quiet residential zoning my neighbors and I enjoy. Had this been built before the neighborhood was approved and started, I can assure you it would have been heavily influenced the decision to buy of many of the current owners. I feel this application should be not denied in favor of more complementary and similar zoning. Old Liberty is a beautiful and quality neighborhood. The primary entrance feature should not be a traffic increase in mini mart self-storage facility. I appreciate your consideration.
The next comments are from John H. and Diane Locke, 140 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. Our objection is because of a convenience store. The location of this store, number one, will be in a very isolated area, which will most likely bring crime with devastating results, such as murder and other crime, to not only members of our community, but to outside innocent citizens as well. And it will also most likely bring undesirable results, i.e. drug trafficking, bringing undesirables, and hence exposing illegal drugs into our neighborhood. The above reasons are just a few that will definitely destroy the monetary value of our individual property, as well as the entire Old Liberty community. Thank you for your consideration and help in maintaining a vibrant and safe neighborhood. Next comments are from David and Avenel Purdy, 230 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
We are writing in regards to the rezoning request at 6814 NC 96 near Old Liberty subdivision. We moved from Wake County a year ago and chose Old Liberty specifically to get away from the type of business that is attempting to get this property rezoned. There seems to be no need whatsoever for a convenience store here or any other type of business for that matter. There are hundreds of homes in our subdivision and most purchased here due to the residential zoning that exists now. This would be a great disservice to all of these hundreds of taxpayers to grant the wishes of a single entity. Please take our wishes into consideration and deny the request to rezone this property from R40 to NB. We love the peace and quiet and would like to keep it that way.
The next comments are from Deshauna Young, 75 Old Liberty Drive. I'm writing to state that I oppose the proposal to change the zoning of the land adjacent to my backyard from residential to business. The reason I purchased my home in this community and chose this lot was because of the quiet area that was country-like with plenty of greenery. I do not want to sit on my back porch and look directly into a gas station, storage facility, or any other business/commercial property. Businesses would bring much more traffic, pollution, loud trucks, loitering, and noise right into the area, bringing down our property values. There are 2 gas stations and storage facilities, shopping and fast food right up the street. Very convenient to get to that aren't infringing on people's residential space. It's unnecessary. Not to mention that it's already tricky turning out of our neighborhood onto Highway 96 because there is a curve not far from the entrance and people speed around it. Placing a business there would be suboptimal to say the least for traffic safety. This area is no place for a business. I was told it was zoned as residential at the time of purchase, owned by a lady, so I moved forward with my build. Please leave the zoning as residential only. Next comments are from Wanda Whitmore.
I live in Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville, North Carolina, and the property is at the back of my property. I do not want to see any business there for several reasons. I have worked in the court system for over 34 years and have seen so many cases come to court for criminal events at things such as a convenience store. There are drug deals, robberies, and just harassment. I personally do not feel safe stopping at places out in the middle of nowhere. There's a storage space across the road, and I have heard for law enforcement being called because people are sneaking in through the fence. And if any establishment goes on this property, I'm in fear of that happening here. This is a family neighborhood. We want to increase property values, and the storage space is already enough to take away from looking like an inviting neighborhood. Anything we need is within a 2-mile radius. I sincerely hope you will look at this situation as if you lived here, and I do not think any of you would want this in your backyard or have to look at an eyesore turning into your neighborhood.
If you will, bear with me just one moment. See if we have some duplicate comments that I didn't catch earlier. Okay, so the next comments are from Doug and Kathy Little, 90 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. I'm writing to express my concern and objection to construct a convenience store near the Old Liberty Golf Course and subdivision entrance. Having a convenience store, any store on that stretch of Highway 96 is a safety concern. Trying to enter on 96 from Old Liberty Clubhouse Drive is very treacherous. Sight lines right and left have curves and elevation that really impede your vision. I can't believe the county wants to address the number of auto accidents that would result from cars turning in and out of a convenience store on a busy Highway 96. Let's leave the convenience stores around Highway 1 and the beauty of Highway 96 around Old Liberty Golf Course for all to safely enjoy. Next comments are from Frank and Joe Fisher, 200 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
We are writing to share our opposition to the requested zoning change by Summit Design and Engineering Services for the property at 6814 NC 96 Highway West in Youngsville Township from residential 40 to neighborhood business. We have been residents of Franklin County on Old Liberty Drive since November of 2018. We retired to the Old Liberty development seeking country living with modern amenities in an attractive neighborhood. The nights are quiet and the sounds of the country are around us. We value this. We are not opposed to growth, but we ask our Franklin County commissioners to carefully weigh the impact of commercial development on what is so unique and so attractive about living at Old Liberty, and for that matter, in Franklin County. The proposed rezoning is not clear regarding what the commercial development will be. What is the intent of the proposed landowners? If approval is given to this rezoning request, what will be built and when? We already have self-storage facilities across from the entrance to our subdivision. We do not need another convenience store as we have one less than 2 miles away. We have easy access to all types of retail stores and restaurants along US 1. Allowing commercial development at 6814 NC 96 Highway West of any type will only detract from and diminish the value of our property. Retail brings long hours of operation into the evening, adding traffic noise and congestion. It does nothing to improve the quality of living at Old Liberty. We asked our county commissioners, in all honesty, do you want a convenience store added to your neighborhood? Please consider what is so good about living here and reject the request to rezone the property at 6814 NC 96 West and be the commissioners that value and preserve the quality of living in Franklin County. Please do not let retail development take this away. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next comments come from Kamisha Jackson, 50 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. I oppose to this property being allowed to be rezoned to commercial to allow a store on near my neighborhood. I fear that this will be too much traffic, create crime as robberies do occur more in rural areas at stores, affect the value of my home, and create loitering around my neighborhood as a result of the store. Please consider that there is already 2 stores on Highway 96 at the end by Highway 1. Too much traffic is already on this road, and this may create more accidents. There was already a deadly accident this year on this road, and it's just too busy. Your consideration is greatly appreciated in this matter. And the next comments come from Sherwood Spells, and I believe we heard from him on the phone earlier. And so we'll move forward to John Impeluso, 165 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
We left the city for peace and quiet, and we strongly oppose to the project a convenience store right behind our house, adding any kind of pollution to our residential area when Capitol Boulevard is more adapt for creating a business. Hope the Board of Adjustments takes my request under consideration. Keep our residential area residential.
Rebecca Fisher, 70 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville. I am writing to voice my concern over the proposed convenience store to be located right outside our Old Liberty subdivision on 96. I live on Old Liberty Drive and will be located right across the street from the neighbors who will be sharing their backyard with this proposed store. I vehemently oppose the store in this location, as it will no doubt bring down our property values and bring people into our area that will use our property to cross to the store. We currently enjoy the trees as a backdrop to 96, which will have to be removed to build. There is a convenience store right down the street about 1 mile away attached to a gas station. There is a food line 2.5 miles away. We don't want the noise, increased traffic, and people that will be there at all hours. Please consider the feelings and opinions of those who live right behind where this store is proposed. Not one person I have talked to on our street wants the store and has no problem driving 5 minutes to another store. Nothing positive will come out of building another store and destroying the trees and sound buffer to the heavy traffic on 96. Wayne Yohe, 265 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville.
As a resident of Old Liberty subdivision, I strongly oppose the proposal of rezoning the 4.5 acre Mitchell residential property on Highway 96 to commercial. Rezoning the property to commercial and allowing them to build a convenience store will have a negative impact on our community. I, as well as the rest of our community, do not want to see this rezoning pass. As I am sure everyone on the Franklin County Board knows, the downside to this is drop in property value, crime, loitering, the stench from garbage dumpsters, and more. I ask that this proposed rezoning be blocked and refused.
The next comments I have listed here, Gail Rollman. I believe we've already read comments from both Gail and Jeff Rollman, so we'll move through those. And our next ones will be from Michael and Maria Martin, 35 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville, and they indicated they would join by phone. Are the Martins on the phone? Okay. Their comments say, Michael and Maria Martin at 35 Old Liberty Drive, Youngsville, would like to voice our strenuous objection and opposition to the rezoning application by Larry T. and Dorothy J. Mitchell, approximately 4.5 acres on Highway 96. And then it says the application is before the board on August 3rd. For the reasons outlined below, the proposed rezoning is a threat to the character of our community, the health of our residents, and the pastoral nature of the largely residential and agricultural surrounding property. The land that is the subject of this rezoning request is currently zoned R40 residential. The current zoning reflects the almost entirely residential character of the stretch of Highway 96 from at least a mile east of the subject property to the junction of Highway 96 and Pocomoke Road. The current zoning is the appropriate zoning for the subject property. The request to rezone the subject property to business is entirely self-serving for the applicants. No nearby landowner desires the service of any business on the subject property, and certainly not a convenience store, as the rumors indicate is the applicant's intention. Any commercial activity in the midst of an almost entirely residential, still agricultural, and substantially rural community would undermine and devalue the uses made by nearly all nearby landowners. The subject property is adjacent to a very large planned community, Old Liberty, that is entirely single-family residential. Not one owner in the community supports the applicants to the best of my knowledge. Single-family homes surround the property except for the Old Liberty Clubhouse and pool, which is strictly an amenity for nearby homeowners and in no way takes a form akin to a convenience store or other strictly commercial business. At least 3 convenience stores / gas station businesses adequately serve the entire Highway 96 corridor from Pocomoke Road to US Highway 1. These businesses are not overcrowded. These businesses do not lack the necessary capacity for the nearby community. At a time when any business that attracts a high number of transients poses a risk of spread of coronavirus, the addition of a new business in the midst of a residential community is contrary to every public health caution. The nearby homeowners do not need hundreds of transient passersby to mix with local residents. To the contrary, at this time of rising COVID-19 infections and many unknowns about the risk of COVID-19 and the duration of the pandemic, the board should be restricting business activity to locations that are already designed to accommodate commercial activity. The board endangers our children and families by allowing any new business to open in our quiet, green, and still safe community. Even if there were no pandemic, a convenience store is grossly inconsistent with the surrounding residential uses, even the storage facility adjacent to the fire station. Currently, traffic on Highway 96 is modest and does not stop nearby the subject property for any purpose. The storage facility is a very low volume business. No business exists near the subject property that currently attracts the pollution, litter, loitering, noxious fumes, transient visitors, and other nuisances that are well known and highly undesirable features of a convenience store or gas station. All of those features of a convenience store at any business are also inconsistent with the use and enjoyment that hundreds of Old Liberty residents experience at the swimming pool immediately adjacent to the subject property. The hundreds of children in Old Liberty should not be made to swim next to the businesses that generate so much pollution, trash, unknown visitors, and loitering. Allowing the applicant's rezoning request would also put alcohol and cigarettes easily within reach of hundreds of children in and around this property. Presently, access to these unhealthy products requires a long walk or a vehicle. Children in Old Liberty and near the subject property do not have easy access to these items. The board must prevent such products from becoming so easily available immediately adjacent to a large and growing residential community full of children. I would also like to point out that the property in question that was purchased by Larry and Dorothy Mitchell almost a couple of years ago that is directly behind our property has been and still is distressed with multiple storage structures that should have been condemned, taken down, debris, overgrown land, and trees that invite all kinds of rodents and vermin for years due to the elderly couple that previously owned the property. This said, see the attached photos of their property taken yesterday from my property line to theirs, showing that in time they have owned the property, they have done nothing to fix and resolve any of the issues that still exist today. This proof shows that how they can be relied upon by the community to keep a commercial property in the kind of upscale and clean condition that should be expected and required. I respectfully urge the board to deny permanently the applicant's rezoning request, and I can forward those photographs to the board. I don't have those readily available. And that concludes all of the comments that I received by email.
Yeah, one more hand.
Okay.
Carla, you can speak.
All right, do we have another comment?
Can you hear me?
State your name and address, please.
Dorothy Mitchell, 7298 Highway 96 West Youngsville.
All right, go right ahead.
My husband and I are the ones that are trying to get the property rezoned for neighborhood business. And the only reason that we were trying to do this was to have a storage facility just to park campers and boats. We have never, ever said in the beginning that we were going to do a convenience store. And most of the emails that have been coming up, everyone is talking about the convenience store and how it would be really bad for the neighborhood. I just wanted to address this and let everyone know that that is not what we have said. And I don't know exactly how that rumor got started as far as with the convenience store, because we've never even said anything about that. The only thing that we wanted to do was just to have the storage facility, like I stated, and the state had already come out and looked at it and said that we would have to do the road widening. So therefore the traffic would be able to still go through like it should.
All right. Ms. Mitchell? Mrs. Mitchell?
Here we go. Yes, I have you.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. I just wanted to state that because we keep having all these numerous comments about the convenience store.
All right.
And I wanted to state that that was not true.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Are there any other comments? Pro or con? Haven't heard no other comments. We declare this public hearing closed. We will consider approval at a later date.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to note that during this time, public comments must be received up until 24 hours. I believe that's correct, Scott, after the public hearing closes. And so any comments that we receive by email will be shared with the board.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. The next item on our agenda is item 4. And I'm going to ask the board, and that's an update on COVID-19. The health director is not going to be able to be with us tonight. So I'm going to ask the board for a motion to remove this item from the agenda.
So moved.
Is that moved by Mr. Shriver, second by
Shelley.
Ms. Dickerson? Any other questions? Ms. Dickerson?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Speed? Mr. Speed?
Mr. Chairman, I believe he has lost connection. He's trying to regain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There he is.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Yes is have it and it's so ordered. All right.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing to note. I'm sorry. Scott Levine provided a written report in his absence, and I will forward that to the board for their review.
Very good. All right. Item 5 is an end user comments about the radio system. On July 6, 2020, the board asked representatives from all end users to provide input on the radio system and their experience with it since June 8, 2020. Participants who wish to provide input are asked to use the raise hand feature to be recognized during the Zoom meeting. To use the raise hand feature, click on the icon labeled participants at the bottom center of your computer. At the bottom of the window on the right side of the screen, click the button labeled raise hand, and the digital hand is raised. If you are participating via phone, please dial 9 to raise your hand to be recognized for comment. Participants are asked to limit comments to 5 minutes. Do we have any end users who wish to make comments?
Chairman, one correction. I believe there's *9 to raise.
Star 9, you're exactly right. Thank you so much, Mr. Floyd. Do we have any comments from any end users?
Yes.
All right. State your name and address, please.
Wayne Cottrell, Assistant Chief of Epsom Fire Department.
All right.
49 NC 39 North, Lewisburg, North Carolina.
All right, Mr. Cottrell, go right
ahead. We have had some issues since June. Christy and Brian are aware of these issues. They have been mostly paging issues. We have had some radio issues that they found when they come to Epsom to do testing. That's the portables not working with devices plugged into the cigarette lighter plug, like our iPad charger. Our iPad is a resource just like the radio system is. We can't unplug it. They found several things. Our mobile radios in the fire trucks sometimes will go into CC scan until we pull out the station and pull up to the stop sign. The consultant looked at it and it's, don't hold me exactly to it, but it's either negative or 10 to 12 dB stronger at the stop sign than it is at our station. I've had at least 5 or 6 different times I've had paging issues with pagers not activating. They've told me that they're in bad areas. I've also, where Epson's sitting at is on the county line. I respond to Warren, Vance, and Franklin, predominantly in Franklin. Christy told us that we needed to get Vance and Warren to redispatch us. I told her that that's not feasible. We've never had to do it since they've done these upgrades. They're not going off. The only reason that we get Franklin County to redispatch us when Vance or Warren sets us off is because we are dominantly in Franklin County. I want Franklin County to be aware of what units are out of service in case my mutual aid departments need us. They'll know, they'll dispatch another department. Every time we do an upgrade or do something, we find another issue. Just like the radios, the portable is not working with this iPad charger. I've asked several times, what's the, how we gonna fix it? It's been 2 months now. I don't have an answer. Every time we upgrade, we run into another issue. But once we get that issue worked on, maybe it's a year later, because last upgrade was last August. We are here at the beginning of August. We still hadn't truly got that fixed. And we're buying time, it looks like. And instead of spending more money on the consultant, I've talked to my department. My department wants to kind of consider going with Viper. It works better with the surrounding counties. When they come to us, we can switch to the channel and don't have any patching, don't have anything. Just like instance, Friday there was a chase coming out of Vance County coming into Franklin County. The only way they could communicate is a Vance County car had to talk to on the radio to the dispatch. Dispatch had to pick up the telephone, call Franklin County dispatch, and they were talking back and forth on dispatch and then putting it over the radio. So there was a delay. It's 2020. That don't need to happen. We have Viper channels in Franklin County as our backup system. I've talked to Franklin County dispatch on that Viper channel. So I don't know what y'all being told. I don't know what's going on, but once again, we're a year later into the upgrades that was supposed to happen last year, still trying to get it fixed. I don't know, what y'all need to do, what y'all want to hear, but I know that it's not working properly for Epson, and we would like to see y'all go to Viper or consider it.
Mr. Cottrell. Anyone else? Anyone else?
No.
No other end user comments? One more time. Any other end user comments? All right. All right. We will go to item number 6. Open broadband update. Assistant County Manager Kim Denton.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners and County Manager Harris. Before I introduce our open broadband representatives, I'd like to give you a brief update on some other efforts and programs. Make sure my volume's good here. Can everyone hear me?
Very good.
Some other efforts and programs that support improving and providing broadband for Franklin County residents. Of course, our support for broadband comes in many forms. Our Library Director, Holt Kornicki, just to remind you, provided you with some information about an interactive bookmobile grant that Franklin County was awarded last month. I appreciate your support for the matching funds for that project. That would be an interactive bookmobile that will provide internet service and personal computer access from the vehicle. So that vehicle can be driven to a location and residents can approach the vehicle and use the services there. So that's in addition to the traditional bookmobile delivery of materials. The library also received notice of a receipt, received notice on Friday of receipt of another grant to fund wireless hotspots that are available for checkout from our libraries. And so we'll be working on the details and implementation for those hotspots. The library staff also submitted a grant that would provide digital inclusion and interactive training sessions for our residents. We were not awarded the grant, but we did receive some feedback to reconsider, revise a few things, and resubmit that grant. So we will definitely be working on that as we move forward. And of course, the purpose of digital inclusion is to make sure that when services are available, people understand all the different opportunities that go along with that. In reference to hotspots, I had conversations just at the end of last week with representatives from the Franklin County school system on the school bus hotspots. If you recall, the North Carolina legislature provided funding for equipping our school buses with hotspots, and the technology means that a bus can be parked in a particular location and the hotspot signal will be transmitted to devices located in proximity to the bus. And so we're working with the school system to see what locations will be suitable for this opportunity. Also, great grants, the growing rural economies with access to technology. You've heard about the great grants and funding for those grants. That was a topic in our North Carolina legislature recently. First of all, recent legislation actually added tier 2 counties. Franklin County is a tier 2 county. Those grants, when initially structured, were only for tier 1 counties. So tier 2 counties have been added. And so we have hopefully the opportunity to apply. The requirements have not been distributed yet. I'm in contact with the state broadband office. I've been talking with them and emailing them and asking as soon as that information is available. Certainly we'd like to see it so we can determine if we qualify. Recall that Vance County received a great grant in the first round for this funding. And in regards to Commissioner Foy's earlier comments about broadband and CARES and funding, that's the whole purpose of some of this expansion and additional funding for the great grants. So we are waiting for and anticipating hopefully an opportunity there. Also mentioned earlier, the chairman has asked that we look at developing a resolution that documents and communicates Franklin County's commitment and support for broadband funding and improvements. We've been working with staff at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, seeking some feedback on the correct wording for such a resolution. Of course, broadband continues to be a top priority for the NCACC as it represents North Carolina counties, and having the information we need and knowing what's going to be before our legislature as we move forward will be really critical for us advocating for the funds and the support that we need. This is a really, really pressing topic. Everyone is very, very aware of that. I'm hopeful and optimistic that some other sources of funding and support will emerge for broadband. It seems to come from a lot of different directions. The pandemic really continues to highlight how critical the need is. So sharing those things with you. At this point, I want to introduce our open broadband representatives. Kent Winrich, the Chief Technology Officer, and Alan Helios, the Area Manager for North Central North Carolina, are with us tonight to talk to us about open broadband and their progress. And if you remember, Franklin County participated in the original RFP process with Granville and Vance counties, and open broadband was the selected provider to help with improving broadband access. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to them and let's hear what updates on their timeline. Thank you very much. And happy to take any questions at any point.
Good evening. I hope everybody can hear us. Kent and I were getting bounced off here about 5 times. So I think we're back in. There he is. Thank you for inviting us to this meeting. I'm Alan Helios. I'm the area manager for Open Broadband. And joining with me tonight is Kent Winrick, who is our chief technology officer. Our CEO, Alan Fitzpatrick, was unable to make the call, so he expressed his apologies for not being able to make it. Let me give you an update of where we are in Franklin County and the implementation of Open Broadband. We currently have our fiber circuit installed and active at the 911 center. The majority of equipment is in and located in a storage unit in Lewisburg, and we're waiting on some additional items to be received before we can begin actual installation. The expected time frame is within the next 2 weeks or less. We just don't have delivery dates on those other pieces. And the reason for that is we don't want to have tower climbers go up more than once. We want to do it all at one time. So we need all the equipment to be available to us. The tower climbers are on standby waiting for us to contact them. So that's all in place. The Lewisburg 911 Center tower will be the first one to get installed. Then we'll move over to the White Level Tower, White Level Road Tower. Then there's the Cone Drive Tower and the Bible Broadcasting Tower up in Alert. All 4 towers will be installed consecutively within the same week, so we're going to try and get it all done at one time. The Lewisburg Tower will be the main demarc location feeding signal to the other towers via microwave signal. We will be doing testing and fine tuning of the broadcast towers and at selected residential sites around the Cone Drive, White Level, and the Bible Broadcasting Towers once those towers are functional. This will allow us to make sure that our signal is what it needs to be and is sufficient. With the help of Christy and Kim group, they have selected certain residences to ask to be as a testing site. So once we're up and operational, we can see what it's going to look like from a residential standpoint. And once that's all been cleared and everything is working fine, then we'll commence going out and doing surveys and installing the residences in the different areas. The other item on the priority list is Owens Park. We'd like to get that up and running as one of the first public Wi-Fi stations areas. And that will allow residents to use the system, get familiar with it, and they can see what Open Broadband has to offer as far as coverage and speeds. This will provide internet across the buildings within the park, outside in the parking lot, and then within the perimeter of the park. So people who chose to walk around the park or go to the fishing pond or just hang out somewhere, they should all have access once we've installed the equipment. And after we get the residential testing completed, probably about 1 or 2 weeks, and then we can begin deploying to those private residences and businesses. And Kent, if you have anything to add as far as the rest of the equipment.
So the Wi-Fi equipment did arrive today for the park. So I'm going to recommend to our team that we start installing at the park and getting that ready so that when the backhaul, the microwave links between the towers are up, Owens Park will be lit up right away then. Also, there was discussion earlier during your meeting about COVID dollars. I know there are other counties that are utilizing COVID dollars, significant COVID dollars for broadband. And I'd be happy to get you all connected with those people. So perhaps we can take that offline, or I can send you an email or something like that. And Kim, why don't you and I chat about that, and I can get you lined up with the people that are working on that. And it's significant money that is being utilized and really kind of kicking it forward. So I would like to encourage you to do that. Sorry, Kim, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, or I don't know to direct it to you, but the school system, I understand, is hot on the move on getting Wi-Fi or hotspots up so the students can do the virtual learning. Are you connected in with that, or are you two separate entities?
Two separate entities. I think some of that is being done through the state broadband office. They're providing cellular Wi-Fi units. Really, they're kind of limited in bandwidth, especially if you get into areas that have very poor cellular connectivity. So I'm pretty sure that's the route they're taking. They're working with the broadband office out of Raleigh.
Okay. I guess my next question is, is there any residents now getting your service, or is that yet to come?
It's yet to come. So we have the fiber delivered to the tower, and once all the equipment arrives, we'll get the tower climbers, and they'll be installing the infrastructure to all the different towers that we are going to be accessing, and then we'll be able to supply internet to those people close to those towers.
Yeah, and then that's the last question I've got. You know, everything going well, and I don't need any exact date or whatever, but what's your projection on how many people you can make this accessible to in like a couple months, 6 months? I mean,
100 and well over 100 in 6 months, I would think. Alan, you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on what kind of signal we're getting and, you know, the proximity to the antennas and all that. But what we try to do is in the more populated areas, get as many people up as possible that are within the scope of where the antenna is located. And then from there, we start moving outward, you know, sort of like in a circle to see what can get connected that way.
So what we want to do is we want to hire more local people to help with the installs and move things along quicker. So if you are aware of people that have experience in doing IT or let's say satellite antenna installs or cable installs, they should reach out to us, and let's talk to them about how we might be able to bring them on board to get installs going quicker.
Yes, good. Hopefully our staff will sure help out on that.
That would be great.
Yeah, which maybe we can utilize that to make things move along faster, not take no 10, 20 years.
Right. No,
it's all going to be obsolete.
No, yeah, we don't want to do that.
No, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions we can answer for you folks?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, sir.
Last time you commented, you mentioned about going from the white level community into the Franklin area. That's still a priority next, or when will that happen? You mentioned 100 people in 6 months. That's not very many.
We've got a lot of infrastructure to put together. We'd rather over deliver and under promise than do the other. If we can find a way by getting more installers on board and more staff on board, we can make it go quicker. It does not sound like a lot, but there's a lot of work that is involved in getting to that point. Once we get the infrastructure laid in, installs will go a lot faster, but it's getting that infrastructure put together.
So based on that comment, looking at the future, talking about for the county, a year, 2 years, 3?
Well, I believe the contract is for 3 years, or is it 3 or 4?
4 years. Yeah,
4
4
years.
years.
So that's kind of what we had planned. We'd like to do it quicker. I would absolutely love to do it quicker. And we'll do the best we can to make that happen.
So the hold up for quicker is manpower and money, or both?
Both.
So you have more money, you have more manpower, or vice versa?
Yep. If that means we can bring more staff on and buy equipment quicker. Especially the staff. I mean, the staff is finding good quality staff to install is going to be very key. And if we can bring more people on, then we can make it go a lot faster.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sounds like you got a lot of work to do in 3 years' time.
We do.
We do.
Couple of questions. You haven't overloaded yourself, have you?
No, we haven't. No, that's why we have like Ellen Helios, because we have regional managers. So they are really responsible for kind of taking care of the whole area. And I've got regional managers in another part of the state. So no, we are not overburdening ourselves.
Okay, a couple other questions. You said that your first location, you would go to White Level, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that will feed Owens Park as well. So we'll be transmitting from White Level Road to Owens Park.
Okay, White Level will feed Owens Park.
Yes.
And you mentioned that would cover the perimeter of the park. Now,
yes.
Now, when you say the perimeter of the park, do you mean that I could walk anywhere in that park acreage and I could pick up Wi-Fi?
That's the plan. Yes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, how about the houses that surround the park?
They could be served as well.
Now, when you say served as well, then you saying that they would be expected to purchase services?
Right. So what we would do is we'd put a limitation on, let's say, a couple of hours limitation on the Wi-Fi service, and after a while they'll get disconnected. And it's also in their best interest to have a private connection because the Wi-Fi is unencrypted. But if we provide them with a service, we have an encrypted service that will go to their house. So it's their best interest to do that, as opposed to trying to use the free Wi-Fi.
So the encrypted service, at what cost would that be to those residents?
I think it's $49, Alan. Is that right?
$39.99 a month.
$39. Okay.
So
Yeah.
that $39.99 is the encrypted service.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's the private service to for 25 meg service to residents.
Right. We would hook them up with an antenna directly from their house to our transmitting antenna.
Yep.
And so they would have a secured signal each individual house, unlike the public Wi-Fi, which is unsecured. Now, in addition to the $39.99 a month, there's a installation charge of $135 one-time charge.
And that is unlimited service. In other words, you won't cut them off?
That's correct.
Unlimited service, no monthly contracts, no bundling, and no throttling.
Okay. Now, and I think maybe someone else had raised this question. Now, you didn't mention anything, I didn't hear you mention anything about installations on a tower in Franklinton. Did I
don't think we have anything in Franklinton yet. Or is Cone Drive considered Franklinton?
Yes.
It is. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, is that Cone Drive?
Yeah, it's a county tower out at the county facility.
Yeah, right on Route 1 there.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
If you all have any questions, Kim knows how to get a hold of us. Let Kim know and she'll direct you to us. We're always available for questions and want to keep you as informed as possible.
So let me ask you another question, because I'm a little concerned. You said that money and manpower is your holdup now. Is that right?
Our holdup right now is waiting for the last pieces of equipment to arrive. That's what we're waiting for right now. We've got the majority of it. We don't have it all.
And how long have you been on order?
About a month.
Well, what were you doing before a month ago?
We're waiting for the agreements, the tower agreements to all get taken care of. And then as soon as we got the tower agreements, then we ordered everything right away.
Okay. So now how long have we had this contract with you? About 2 years already?
No, it's probably been about beginning of the year, perhaps, Kim? Am I about right on that?
June of 2019.
2019? Oh, it's been a year then.
Yeah, that's a year. That's a year. And so that's what that's my questions. In that year time, it took you this long to get the tower agreements? Is that what you're saying?
Tower agreements, get fiber arranged, things like that, yes.
Yeah, you threw me a curve there. We mean fiber arranged.
It takes a while for fiber to get delivered. When you order it, it's months out before it can actually be delivered. We got it delivered early, as a matter of fact.
Say again?
We actually got our fiber optic service delivered early. Normally it takes many months.
Okay. Because I'm not quite sure if we understood that going into this agreement with you. I was at least expecting maybe some degree of service a lot sooner than now. And now you're talking about, 6 months, and you're really not sure how that's going to work out. I'm a little concerned about that, especially now that with COVID-19 and we have our children who are at risk with no Wi-Fi, and we were counting on you to do that for us.
Yeah, we had to go through a lot of process to structural studies on the tower, on the main tower, and we got to get a lot of approvals for it. So we're moving along as fast as we can.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you one more time. How long from now do you think that the first residential customer will have service?
3-4 weeks.
3-4 weeks. Okay, very good.
And let me tell you, if we get, I'm pushing on our suppliers real hard to get things here. I said, we can't wait any longer. Got to get it now. And if I will move things forward as fast as I can. We're not going to just sit there idle on our hands. We took probably about 1,500 pounds of equipment up to our warehouse last week, and Alan and I unloaded it ourselves in the heat. So it was a couple of pallets full of equipment. So it's majority of it's there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
To Kent and Alan, what area do you believe you're going to be able to go live with first in this 3 to 4 week window?
Probably the White Level area first, because our first goal is to really get the park lit up. So we'll go from Franklinton to White Level. We're going to set up all the towers right away, but I think we're going to focus on making sure we get that White Level one first so the park can get lit.
Okay. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of interest from that Northeast region, and I know you gentlemen have heard this, but I've actually been reached out to on numerous occasions in the last few weeks regarding, where are we in, and it's that Northeast corner, the White Level community, Centerville, Justice, that is, really in need of, they're very underserved with this opportunity, and as well as cell phone signal in that area. So, and speaking for their voice, and also they were the ones that were the tip of the spear in initiating this whole process and this need. And so we want to be sure that we're moving in that direction, provide them that at least they get first dibs.
We want to take the direction from the board, from you all, as to where you think the greatest need is. We've heard White Level, and that's where we were going. So if you've got areas that are priorities, just let us know, and we'll make sure we're taking care of it.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple questions and statements.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Shriver, for bringing up the Northeast. Certainly something I was going to do, and it was my understanding from the beginning of this that the Northeast would be served first due to our heavy need out here. And I appreciate you taking care of White Level. Certainly that's part of the Northeast. But we also have Epsom, Rocky Ford, Centerville, Wood, Justice, that are not going to be reached by this Bible broadcast tower, nor the White Level tower. What are your future plans for service of these other areas? Also, as before, I have mentioned trying to partner with Nash County about a couple of water towers that are very close to our county line.
Yep.
Viper towers are available, but your company has to go through the process with the state to gain access to that.
in regards to the Viper Towers, I literally got off the phone this evening with the state broadband office, and we have been denied access to the Viper Towers. Everybody's been denied access to the Viper Towers. The state is not allowing us, and this kind of sets me is that, okay, these are state-owned properties, you know, why can't we use state-owned towers, and they're not letting us right now.
See, I spoke to those offices 2 years ago about that, and they told me flat out, yes, they are available. The company just has to do the paperwork and applications to gain access to that.
Yeah, we've been trying to do that for about 2 years, and we've been denied access to Viper. We've been denied to UNC TV towers and radio towers, which is really too bad. That's pretty sad. In regards to Centerville, I'm taking a look at the distance from White Level. We should be able to reach areas of Centerville and the like off of the White Level Tower. So that's about 3.5 miles from what I'm taking a rough look at to Centerville, and we should be able to reach many areas in that from the White Level Tower. And I haven't even done the look at to the Bible Broadcasting Tower. So Northeast is going to get some service, yes.
Any other questions?
I have one question or comment. Gentlemen, again, I appreciate the comments from our commissioners and Northeast community and all the communities in the county. But my concern is, do we have a plan to reach the entire county, and what does that look like on paper?
Sure.
6 months, a year and a half, where you'll be at. Order equipment. You're going to order equipment ahead of time for those other communities, so you want to wait for them. I think we need a plan. Maybe you have one that will going forward in the future.
Okay. Then thank you for the question. What our plan is, and what we're doing right now is we're creating the base infrastructure. This is the big hub and spoke that goes out into the county. What we do off of that then is we create more spokes off of these towers that we're utilizing. So the plan is to spoke off of White Level, to spoke off of the Bible Broadcasting Tower, and to spoke off of all these other towers. So we've got to get this first level of infrastructure in, and then what we do is we do testing. Once we get the all the radios set up, we do the testing and find out if it matches up with how our prediction maps were generated, and does it match exactly, or is it a little bit off in some areas? And then we find more locations around those towers to create more hub and spoke towers. So we just kind of keep spreading out throughout the county. So this is the core infrastructure, the backbone through the county that allows us to spread off of these other towers and create more what we call micro pops, micro points of presence. And those points of presence can be anything from somebody's TV tower to a steeple to a grain elevator. Anything that we can get high on, we'll be utilizing. And we identified every single one of those? No, not yet. But we're going to in these areas once we start getting this core infrastructure set in first.
Yeah, there's a number of water towers that we're looking at, and there's some other private antenna towers, radio stations. So as Kent said, we have to build the infrastructure first, and then we start spoking things out so that we can get down to the ground level easier and further away from the main tower.
Yeah, I've got
one more question. I appreciate that, but in the future, could we get some updates maybe twice a month or weekly of what's going on with the broadband, so we as commissioners can talk to our constituents about what's happening? So could you get through Kim or someone, so we got some updates every 2 weeks, every month, what's happening?
Yeah, we've been in communication with Kim on a regular basis. We also put out a newsletter on a monthly basis. I'm a little bit behind in doing it right now, and I'll be getting the August one put out shortly. And that usually updates the public that signed up on our wait up list. So that gets automatically emailed out to them, and it gives them an update of similar to what we're telling you, but maybe not in as much detail, because there are certain things we don't want to over deliver on or over promise where we can't deliver. So we keep the county informed as to what we're doing, and then we keep the public informed as well.
Is that a digital newsletter?
Yes, sir. It's an
It
email.
is?
It's an email.
Do you have that, do you have each one of the commissioners on that,
I
listserv?
I received it.
You have received it? I'm not sure if every commissioner is on there, but we can add your names to it.
Make
certainly.
it sure. We'll make it happen.
I think that would be a good idea. Let me ask you one other question as relates to suggestion that Mr. Speed suggested. Is the water tower at Castelia, which is on the county line, is that on your list?
Yes,
It
it's on
is?
the list. We have not worked out an agreement yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Okay, but it is on your list and you're working on an agreement.
Yes, we're contacting them. We've contacted them and we're trying to work on an agreement with them. We know some of the other companies in that area that are working in broadband as well in that area. And so we're working through them to get that agreement set on that water tower.
We're also working with Vance County on some of their towers as well, because of the way the counties are lined up. They sort of, are so close that, we can skip over county lines depending on where the tall asset is.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Kim. Anything
All
else?
right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Take care now.
All right. All right. Next item on our agenda is item number 7, appointments. Carter Workforce Development Board. The board is asked to consider the appointment of Vanessa Cook Alvarado to the Carter Workforce Development Board for a 2-year term. If appointed, she will serve in the required position of private industry. What's your pleasure?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Where is this recommendation originating from?
From the Workforce Development Board.
From the board itself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Move for
Okay. Mr. Jones move for approval.
Second.
Mr. Foy, second. Are there any questions? No questions? Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
The yeses have it and it's so ordered. Item number 8 on the agenda is other business. Any other business? No other business. Item 9 is the board manager and clerk comments. This is time set aside for the Board of County Commissioners, the county manager, and the clerk of the board to report on various activities. Madam Clerk, where is she? Okay.
I have no comments, sir.
All right, Mr. Foy?
I have no comment.
All right, Madam Vice Chair?
No comments.
All right, Mr. Shriver?
No comments.
Mr. Jones?
One quick comment.
Yes, sir.
Opportunity to attend the Franklinton Revitalization Group last week, where they are fixing all the new buildings in Franklin County, and invite industry to come in, invite businesses to come in, and they're making progress on revitalizing the whole downtown Franklinton. Come visit sometime. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Speed?
No comment.
All right, Madam Manager?
No, sir, not tonight. I'll save mine for our next meeting.
All right. Item 10 on the agenda is closed session. Board is asked to conduct a closed session pursuant to the following North Carolina General Statute. General Statute 143-318.11A for industry and economic development. What is your pleasure?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shriver, make the motion to move to closed session on that particular item. Can we get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Are there any other questions? No questions. Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
No.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Yes, it's have it, and it's so ordered. The next item we're going to close session for is North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3, attorney-client privilege communication. What is your pleasure?
So
So
moved.
moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Mr. Jones, second by Mr. Shriver. Are there any questions? Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Foy,
Oh.
Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
The yeses have it and it is so ordered. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess between now and the open session. And the closed session, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Any objections? No objections? All right, we'll do
Mr.
that.
Chairman, can I get an amen too?
Amen.
Amen.
We'll see you in closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coyle will need to add Christie as well.
Right, I'm sending her a text message.
Okay.
Right here. All right. Entertain a motion to go back into open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Schreiber. Can we get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Mr. Foy?
You're muted,
I'm sorry. Who's muted?
Mr. Foy.
Where's Mr. President? Okay. Moving properly second. Any questions? Mr. Foy?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Speed.
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
All right. We're back in open session. With pleasure, the board. Christie, is Christie first on?
Got several items she'd like to add.
Unmute. Unmute, Christie. Okay.
I have multiple.
Mr. Sherman.
Yes, sir. I have 3 items that I'd like for the board to consider approval.
Okay.
The first item would be the radio system revised policies. These policies, the Franklin County Public Safety Communications P25 trunk radio system and analog paging system policies were revised to include an Exhibit B for the mobile radio installation requirements and standard procedures, and an Exhibit C, a mobile radio installation worksheet that will provide a standard of practice to improve the reliability of communications from mobile radios utilized by our public safety personnel. If you would consider approval of the revised policies.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Shriver.
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, call the roll call vote. Madam Vice Chair? Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Speed? Mr. Speed? Did he say yes? Mr. Speed? Mr. Speed?
I think it's frozen up.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Yes, is evidence ordered.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
we got
Yes.
We got
Okay, the second item is maintenance agreement on the radio terminals as well as terminal repairs that are needed. During the remediation work conducted by L3 Harris, there were several radio terminals that were in need of repair. These repairs included antenna relocations, proper grounding, and wiring corrections necessary to ensure optimal performance of the radios. The cost to repair these terminals is $41,750. Additionally, there were several maintenance-related items that were identified during this work. In order to ensure we have continued optimal performance of the radio terminals proper preventative maintenance and timely repairs as necessary. So this radio terminal maintenance agreement will be managed through the emergency communications staff to ensure each radio is maintained regularly, repaired as needed once the trouble is reported, and records maintained throughout the process. The cost of the maintenance agreement is $111,991.50. Any repairs that are needed that are not covered by this maintenance agreement, which would be physical damage to the radio, for example, will be the responsibility of the respective department to fund. I'm asking approval of the agreement and the terminal repairs at the cost I stated.
What's the pleasure, board?
Move to approve.
Mr. Schreiber moved to approve. Can we get a second?
Second.
We're all here. Somebody got to step up to the plate.
Second.
Jones, second. All right. Are there any questions? No questions. We'll have a roll call. Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Foy,
Yes.
Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed. All right, Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Schreiber.
Yes.
All right, is Mr. Speed back? All right, I say yes, it's evidence order.
And the third item would be user training videos. User radio training we previously identified as a need. Due to the COVID-19, large in-person training sessions are inadvisable at this time. Additionally, radio users in the county could benefit from a training resource that would be accessible anytime to them. TUSA Consulting has provided a training video proposal for $62,000. These videos, which would be accessible online, would provide information regarding the overall operation of the radio system, features and functions of each Harris radio, as well as troubleshooting techniques. So I'm seeking your approval for these training videos to be completed.
What's pleasure? What is the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Move to approve by Mr. Schreiber.
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Are there any questions? No questions. Roll call vote. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Foy.
Yes.
Mr. Speed. Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schreiber.
Yes.
Yes, it's have it. It's ordered.
And one final thing, Mr. Chairman, we plan on conducting some field test comparisons with our current radio and Viper at different locations throughout the county and reporting those results back to the board within the next 30 days.
Okay, you have something else, don't you?
That was those three and pursuing the Viper coverage, verifying that.
Okay. Well, okay. What's the pleasure? What's the pleasure, board?
I guess we move to accept her, Ms. Sharon's suggestion of this testing that's going to be done. And we look forward to her feedback and response in 30 days.
And that's testing with Viper.
With Viper.
Move to accept her report. Can I get a second?
Second.
Moving second by Mr. Jones. Any questions? Or no questions? Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schreiber?
Yes.
Yes, it's having its ordered.
Thank you.
And thank you. All right. Mr. Sheedy. I'm
I've
sorry.
got two items.
Two items, Mr. Schreiber?
Do we need to hear from Ms. Harris first, or what is the proper procedure?
Yes.
I've got two items. One, an amendment to the Town of Lewisburg water contract. I'm asking the board to approve the amendment and allow the county manager to complete and sign the amendment. The summary of my request goes as follows. Franklin County's efforts to identify and obtain water resources for its residents has continued to progress. In addressing that objective, Franklin County and the Town of Lewisburg have discussed the opportunity for the county to purchase additional water from the Town of Lewisburg. The parties have negotiated for the county to purchase a minimum of 500,000 gallons per day of potable water at a minimum monthly charge of $52,510.01, which equates to an agreed upon price of $3.50 per 1,000 gallons plus a base charge of $10.01. The amendment to the agreement will be effective August 1 for 2020 for a one-year term with annual renewals. A second amendment to the water contract between Franklin County and the town of Lewisburg has been prepared to document the agreement reached by the county and the town. Staff, legal, and consultants, the water team, recommend approval of this amendment and request authority for the county manager to finalize and sign the amendment. And again, I'm asking for approval for the amendment and to allow the county manager to complete and sign.
What's the pleasure?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Has moved to approve. Mr. Jones is second. Are there any questions? No questions. Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Speed? Mr. Speed? Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Yes, it's having and so ordered.
Okay, I have one other item, sir.
Go right ahead.
And this item is requesting authority to condemn. The proposed action is grant authority to condemn and execute required documents. And a description of my request is as follows. The recently approved emergency water purchase agreement with the city of Raleigh necessitates the installation of water quality equipment, disinfection, and a pump station to allow for an interconnection with the city of Raleigh water facilities. After thorough site review and facilities assessment in the area, the appropriate location for the most effective exchange of water is at a site at 1438 Wall Road, which is property currently owned by the Christian Congregation of the United States. Discussions with the property owner have revealed that the county's condemnation of the property will be needed before a property appraisal will be obtained by the property owners. Per the condemnation statutes, property value is set at the time condemnation is filed. Condemnation may also give the property owners favorable tax treatment. The requested area for an easement is 0.14 acres adjacent to the roadway from the total 1.09 acre tract, just a little over an acre. The county's planned structure for the site will resemble a utility shed. County may agree to landscaping around the shed. Staff and legal counsel request authority to condemn the property so that progress can continue on ensuring that emergency water will be available as agreed upon with the city of Raleigh. My request is to grant authority to condemn and execute required documents.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, make the motion to approve.
Mr. Shriver made a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Madam Vice Chair, second. Are there any questions? All right, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
No.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Speed? Mr.
Yes.
Speed? All right, the yeses have it and it's so ordered. Is there anything else to draw our attention tonight?
Yes, sir.
There's no other, nothing else to draw our attention tonight. We have 4 minutes until midnight. Somebody want to do a little chatting until midnight comes around so we can say Happy New Year or something.
I'm gonna try to learn.
Maybe the county manager would like to have comments that she yielded earlier. She didn't take the opportunity to.
That's okay. That's okay.
Well, it's been a marathon meeting. Thank you all for your contributions and thank you for all that you do. Remember to stay safe. Cover your face, watch your distance, and wash your hands. We have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jones moved to adjourn. Mr. Shriver second.
How appropriate.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Speed? Yes, it's having its order. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everyone.
Be safe now.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.